That was a really short tape stop effect. Welcome to the stream, everybody. It's Friday again, so we're gonna stream. Welcome. I hope you guys are doing great. I'm doing fine. Or I'm doing good, I should say. Not sure why that tape stop was that short. Anyways, let's get started. So, I don't necessarily have a plan today. I'm just gonna make some music and see what comes out of it, like usual. And we'll see where we end up. So, let's switch. Hey, bright webcam. Let me adjust it real quick. Let me adjust it real quick. It's because the light, it's still bright outside right now, so my webcam is I should set it to can I do it to auto? Where are the settings? One moment. I need to that, then do that. Let me just quickly make it better. Hey! Already.
Start with a cowbell.
Start with a cowbell. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. I do have a little plan. I wanna explore the the diminished scale, or I think it's actually the dominant diminished scale. It's basically a scale where you start on one note, and then you go up a half step, and then you go up a whole step, and then you repeat that until you get to the octave. So it's basically just half step, whole step, half step, whole step, half step, and so forth. Which is a really interesting scale because it has a lot of one semitone intervals, so it gets there's a lot of tension in that scale. So that was the only plan that I had for today. But maybe we can put a cowbell in. I think I want to focus on some some musical stuff first, though. You know, get some I don't know, maybe some chords going or something like that. A synth, I don't know. I opened FaceBlend, so I guess we're gonna use FaceBlend first. Okay, cool. Hey, I haven't done anything today. I've just been chilling today, enjoying the weather. It's really good weather out here right now. It's finally getting spring, so I've been waiting for it. It was nothing but sunshine here today, so I've just been outside. Did a ride on my bike today, you know, just enjoying the weather. Let's see, what should we do? Let's just start off with some chords or something. So that scale is quite interesting. It's I think that's the scale. It's a pretty interesting scale. Yeah, finally, man. I hate the cold, and it's been way too cold lately for me. Like we had, I think it was 2 days of good weather, and it was like actual shorts weather, and then right after that it just went straight back. Like I think it went down like 15 degrees in one day, and it was horrible. And it took, I think, another 2 weeks or so, and now it's finally getting better. So should be good. Now if everything is gonna open up again, that would be great, but we'll see. I mean, the weather has been weird across Europe in the in the first part of this year, to be honest. Like I saw, what was it? A couple of days ago, I think. A couple of days ago, where it was just like it was hotter in Moscow than it was here in the Netherlands, and I was like, what? It was really strange. Like normally around this time of the year, you can see like all the trees are green already and stuff like that. Right now, the trees, they don't even have leaves yet, so spring is really late this year. So it's not just here. Yeah, I looked at the weather and I was like, looks like entire Europe is having a bit of a weird start of the year, a weird start of the spring. But then, like I said, in Moscow, for instance, it was like, I think it was like 10 degrees higher than it was here, and I was like, what? That's weird. But whatever. Seems like it's getting better now, so that's good. What can we do? I think I'm gonna work in E. Not sure, mate. Could actually be, you know. Could actually be. I was reading up a whole lot of stuff recently on like climate change and all that kind of stuff, and there's a whole bunch of scientists, actually pretty well respected scientists, that say like we should really do something quick now, because otherwise we're gonna probably see the effects of it in like the coming 10 years, which is really quick if you think about it. So there was like a couple of days ago, I think, a couple of people in the Netherlands who all spoke up about it. Like, we have to fucking do something, but I don't know. We're not gonna worry about that right now. Yeah, I'm just waiting for everything to go open again here and everything to get better, because it's still fucking horrible right now, so you know, we'll see. I don't know how long it's gonna take. I mean, it's not cloudy here either. It's like completely clear skies, so that was really nice today. I just took my bike out, had like I think I did a 40-something kilometer bike ride. Like just a couple of hours away, you know? Just not really care about anything, just pedal. I like it, man. It's good. I'm not too sure that you can just say those countries need to do something about it. We all need to do something about it. That's the whole point. And we're doing way too little. We have all these beautiful agreements, right? The Paris Climate Accord and whatever it's called. And they're all great. You know, yes, they do make a change, and they can kind of put some, well, I wouldn't say effort into it, but they're doing something, let's say that. But at the current rate, we're not gonna make those. What was it? They wanted by 2050 that they would limit the temperature rise to 1.5 degrees. That was the whole thing that they were gonna try and do. I was looking into it, and at the current rate, we're still gonna end up at like 3 degrees higher or increase by 2050. And that's a lot. That's a big difference if we're talking about temperature rise. So they're doing like absolutely nothing, or a very tiny amount of what we should be doing. So yeah, it's kind of weird. They're the biggest polluters. It depends how you look at it. It depends how you look at it. There's one very, very big polluter that almost nobody talks about, and that's actually one of the biggest problems we need to solve, and that's basically animal agriculture. Like, that's one of the biggest issues we have, not just for climate change, but also for a whole bunch of other reasons. And that is something that, in some way or another, we have to address if we want to sustain this whole planet. It's just as simple as that. And sure, there are other sectors that are polluters as well, but if you really start looking at the numbers, that industry is for sure worldwide the biggest issue that we face. Like not just like I said, not just with climate change, but also with resistance to antibiotics, which is probably going to be the next big crisis that we are going to face. We feed animals so many antibiotics in that industry that basically diseases and viruses get resistant to it. And we don't have unlimited amounts of antibiotics, so that's going to be a really big issue. But yeah, just like, but there's so many reasons when you start looking at that industry, it's absolutely crazy. Like, the emissions alone are bigger than all forms of transport combined, which is insane. That's like, what? And nobody talks about it. That's the whole point. But when you start looking into the whole meat industry, it's a very interesting topic actually. Like, I eat meat. Don't get me wrong. I'm trying to eat less, and who knows, maybe I'll even stop. But it's a really interesting topic because I see a huge amount of parallels in the way how they lobby versus the tobacco industry. That how they did it in like the 70s and the 80s and whatever it was. It's the exact same tactic that they're basically applying now to the meat industry, which is really interesting. Hey, if you don't want politics, then you shouldn't be watching musicians, because music and politics are tied together, mate. Musicians have always spoken up about issues that they felt were important. Always. You ever heard of Rage Against the Machine? If you did, then you know what I'm talking about. I mean, they're doing something, but is it enough? By far not. Like, it is doing something. It's creating a little bit of it's creating some, you know, there's some movement happening, but it's way too little. Like, the urgency is probably not there. But it's interesting though. It's really interesting. I've been looking into it a bit more, and it's crazy when you start looking into it. I definitely advise anybody to do that. Like, know what you pay for at least. That's the main thing I would tell you to do, because that's the main problem as well. Like, we don't see how the products come to be anymore, basically, or we just don't think about it. But it's pretty insane. We need more drum and bass. I can agree with that. I can agree with that. Let's see, what am I gonna do? Let's make this one a little bit smaller. Just write a little synth thingy or something to start with. I think I have a patch actually that I made in Serum that would be pretty good for this. It's a really simple patch as well. Let's see. I think it was that one. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was Earth Day. What was it? Was it yesterday or the day before? I'm not even sure, but I actually made sure to try out some to try out a vegan meal for a change. I made vegan spaghetti bolognese, or whatever it's called in English. It was really good, actually. I was pleasantly surprised. I thought, you know what? Let me do my part for today. But it was actually really nice. Might actually make it more often. Like normally I would just put meat into it, but I thought, you know what? Let me just be a good human being for today. And what was it? Was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. Like I'm so bad with remembering what I ate when. So when I start thinking about food, I'm like, did I eat that yesterday? And then suddenly I'm go like, what did I eat today? You know, it's like that basically. It's kind of like a brass sound, I guess. I had a couple of macros set up, and one of them is a distortion, which is quite nice. So if we have, that's just a high layer, right? So that's this one. That's just the detuned first saw wave, and then here I have just a regular saw wave, one voice, which is an octave lower, and that I can bring in with this one. So this is just controlling the volume in that filter. And then this macro controls the distortion. Now listen, when I bring the distortion up, it gets a really interesting sound. That's one that I will definitely use. Italian food is good though. Like, I gotta admit, Italian food is definitely nice. That works. Let's try that one there. It's better with the reverb in front of it. Like, it brings up the distortion, will sort of like make the reverb merge with the main sound, and it just distorts them together, which sounds better. Might be nice to just low cut this one a little bit so that we don't get any really low frequencies in the reverb. That's definitely cleaner. Yeah, the distortion really brings the reverb up, you know, that's definitely nice. Probably want to have... Do we want to have something more? Do we want to do some delay, maybe? That's nice. We can take an LFO, make it free running so that doesn't change, or that doesn't re-trigger, I should say, and then just take this and map that to the frequency here. You can You can kind of make that frequency move around, maybe even slower. See, that's definitely gonna have to be automated as well. So we're just gonna have this move around a little bit. Like that. And then we're just gonna take another macro knob and just map that to the frequency so that we can do this. Basically make the delay sort of like go up in that filter, make that go up, so that would be nice. Delay bandpass, and I think when I do that I also want to bring the mix up a bit so that we get okay, and then back this one down a bit. That's nice. Yeah. I mean, you can do that, but I wouldn't always do that. Like for this particular reason, I kind of like it like this. Doesn't really matter. Is a bit much. Don't really need that compressor, to be honest, on this one. Okay, that could be a synth that we can use. Let's loop that. Guess we'll just put that right here. Not sure if it's gonna start right at the start of the track, but we'll see. Maybe just with that top layer, and then. The delay. I think I quite like it when it starts. Okay, and then let's take the distortion as well, because we're going to automate that one for sure, because that one really makes it sound interesting. So it's probably going to start coming in there, and I think we're actually going to have another 16 of this. Like this would be about a 1 minute intro. That's gonna be 1 minute and 6 seconds, so that's gonna be a good intro length. So this would be then sort of like the entire length of the intro, and then I guess we're gonna have a drop here. We could have another 16 after it, sort of like a build-up section, but I'm not sure if I want to make that long of an intro. I think I want to keep it to maybe 6 or 3 16-bar sections. Dun, 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 dun. What are you guys saying? Did you... what? Did never been released from some... what? No, I had some releases, but it's... they're all pretty old. And I'm working on new music at the moment, and I'm gonna be releasing that myself, but I'm just taking my time. I'm just making sure that I get actually the music that I want to release, you know? I've been too... focused on making tutorials and sample packs and all of that for years, which kinda halted the whole working on my own actual music, you know? And that's what we're changing, which is good. Yeah, I mean, I want to switch it up a little bit today, you know? Most of the time I start with drums as well. Most of the time I do start with drums. I find it's easy when you have some drums that have a good groove, because that's something that I do believe though. Like, if I want to make a drop, then I find for the drop section itself, a lot of times it works better for me when I have some drums already, because if the drums have groove without the bass, then I know I'm on the right track, you know? But because we have been having some issues lately with, you know, writing some good drops, I figured, let's just not do that today, and let's just start with something completely different. Start with a cowbell, of course. The Perfect Phase OTT is actually completely done. I'm working on the video right now, but the video edit is a fucking long process. I've been editing all day yesterday, and I also did some editing this morning before I did my bike ride. But the video's not done yet, so I'm working on that. But the OTT itself is done. Like, not sure what it's gonna sound like on this thing, but the rack itself is done. Basically works. See, you can hear it. That's the classic OTT sort of like sound that you hear when you stop, when you have something on reverb. So yeah, that's basically the rack is already done, and I have two versions of it. There's that one, and then there's just sort of like the standard version, which is without the reverb and that other thing. So this is just a regular one. But there's gonna be like can you see that? No, you cannot. See, there's gonna be like frequency split racks, these two, basically 2-band, 3-band, and then there's gonna be the OTT rack, so 2 of those as well. But yeah, like I said, the video edit is taking a bit of time. I made a video where I basically where I'm explaining how the rack is made, and that actually ended up being a very long explanation. It ended up being way more complicated to explain properly than I thought. Like, I thought the video was just gonna be easy to make, you know? It was just gonna be, I'm just gonna make that video and just quickly show the rack. But then I thought, well, I do kind of want to show you how to do it, right? So started to, but the more I started going into that video, the more I thought, oh wait, but then I also have to explain this, otherwise it's not going to make sense, you know. And then eventually, before I knew it, I had like a video recording of more than an hour. So I'm now trying to condense that all into a video of maybe 20-30 minutes. So it's going to be a little bit of a longer one, but I guess it's fine. No, I use Adobe Premiere for video editing. Adobe Premiere combined with After Effects. But you know, like I had I recorded the video first, and then I was editing it, and then I saw that I made a sort of like a mistake in the demonstration of the rec and how to make it, and I was like, fuck. Now and I for a really long time I was like, I'm just gonna leave it in and just, I don't know, put some text over it or something, but and then at some point I thought, no, let me just re-record it. So I re-recorded the entire video, and now I'm editing the final one. Sometimes you just gotta put that effort in, I guess. I use a Focusrite Scarlett 2i4, which is actually an older one. It's not one of the most recent ones. It's I think it's the first generation or the second generation. I'm not sure what they're on right now. Third or fourth, something like that, I think. Might need another 16 now I listen to it. And then have maybe a section where we sort of like cut that synth out, have sort of like a little break, and then not even like an actual build, but maybe just some kind of other sounds fading back in, and then I guess a drop, whatever that drop is gonna be like, I'm not sure. Dun, 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 dun. You changed yours. What, your audio interface? I should also change mine. I need one with a lot more inputs and outputs, but it's not really my priority, you know, if you get what I mean. I would like one so that I could hook up the couple of hardware things that I have, which is not even that interesting, but it's just a couple of effects, right? Just a limiter, a compressor, and what is it? An exciter that I have. And that's basically it, but it would be nice to be able to have them as extra effects, I guess. Especially the compressor. The compressor is nice. Has a little bit of a interesting distortion to it, so if you run some drums through it, it's quite nice. But I need extra inputs for that, and I don't have those on this audio interface. So yeah, I need a bigger one, but yeah, I also want to get a new MIDI controller. I would like to get some new monitor speakers maybe. I would like a bigger screen, so there's a whole bunch of other stuff that I would like, so yeah, gotta make priorities. Okay, so Totally. Put a macro on that, going down. that's also nice. LFO rate. Take a TV screen. Yeah, if I had the space here, I would do it, but I don't have. See, that's also the issue. I would like a bigger screen, but I don't have the space. So that one is not on the first one on the to-do list. The first one is a new MIDI controller, because this one is getting absolutely annoying. The mod wheel sometimes moves by itself, basically. So I will be working with a contact patch that has like mod wheel to the velocity, for instance. Oh, that was actually me. But I thought I was using the mod wheel. But the mod wheel to the volume of the instrument, for instance, if you're using like a contact library, and I'll be playing with some chords, and then suddenly the volume goes down all the way to nothing, and I'm like, yo, where did the chords go? And then it's literally just because my MIDI controller sends a MIDI signal to my DAW. For whatever reason, probably because there's some dust in there after years and years of abusing that thing. So that's the first thing that I'm gonna get, because there's also, I have my C3 key in the middle right here is basically stuck to 100% velocity. It cannot play any velocities different than 100%, which is, if you have an instrument that uses like the highest velocities for maybe a note with a pitch bend or something, like if you have a guitar patch, for instance, and they have on the highest velocities they do these little bends, so like the accents on the notes. Basically every time I play that particular note, I'm just getting the loudest as possible note that instrument can play, which is really annoying, especially if you're trying to play a really intimate, small sounding piano melody or something, then suddenly bump. So I really need a different MIDI controller. That's gonna be the first one. I don't care about fucking crypto at all. Okay, so here we can start like that. Start raising this up over this section. We're sort of like increasing the... I'm just gonna keep rising a little bit. Which also means that the attack is gonna get a little bit slower over time. And then when the distortion is really kicking in here... Where's the distortion one? Distortion, let me bring that one up. So we have the distortion here, and this one is sort of like rising along with it. Maybe even already go up a little bit more. And we can always adjust these later again, so we don't have to worry too much about it. Yeah, I also did another trick, like when I'm doing like when I'm playing a piano patch, for instance, I just put a velocity MIDI device on it, basically, like that, and I just limit the highest output, or what was it? I think it was one of these settings. The drive, no, was it the compression? No, yeah, it was just this one. So basically just bringing the highest possible output down so that it's not playing that extra high note, basically, and then bringing this one up or something so that you kind of condense the velocity range a little bit. And I think you can also do this. Oh yeah, that was it. Oh no, that's the opposite. No, it was this one. Bring this one down a bit so that it's not playing the absolute loudest notes on the instrument. And that would kind of make, that way I can still use it properly, but it's annoying, you know, especially like for a synth like this, it doesn't matter because there's no velocity sensitivity. But if it's like a contact patch with it, like I said, a guitar, for instance, like one of those flamenco guitars, if you absolutely hammer the note, you get, instead of a regular guitar note, you get that bang, you know, that little pitch bend at the start of the note, which is really nice, but the note is also ridiculously loud. So you might just be playing the notes around it in a melody, you know, and you're just playing really sort of like mellow and really, and then you play that C note and then bam, especially if your volume is up, it's really caught me off guard a couple of times already. So I'm waiting for my Patreon to get up to the price that the MIDI controller is gonna cost, and then I'm gonna go to the audio store. And we're getting close. We're already halfway, so the Patreon is going good. And if you guys are thinking I wanna support on Patreon, then you can do that using the link in the chat right now. Definitely going great in the last few months. Okay, we need some other layers underneath this. I think some pads. Let's give that some width, because if I'm gonna do a pad, I want some width. Don't care that it's not mono. I'm thinking about the Novation, what is it, 61 SL Mark III, something like that. Why is it? Okay, interesting. That's the root, but it doesn't sound like that. Because that one is on that. Okay. Okay, that sounds good too. Like I had this one on F, which is, I guess it's fine, but it sort of like shifts the whole sound into, what is that? F minor, because these two are playing G and then G sharp, which is if we were in F minor, that's gonna be our regular F minor scale, but I'm actually working in E diminished, or at least that's what I want to. So instead of making that one F, let's just make it E, because that way it sort of like feels more that we're sitting around the key of E diminished, because these two notes are still going to be the same. It's just that note. We do have F in that scale, by the way, but you can hear it as well. Like if we have this playing, even though this note, that first one, is a really low F or a really low E, this is going to be F, and you can hear it when I play an E note over it, that it just sounds out of tune. It just doesn't sit right because of that F note here. And if we do that, it sits right. So yeah, I'm thinking about the SL series that they are doing. I have a 49 key right now, and I would like a 61. So I think it's 61, right? Yeah, 61. So I would like a 61 with like one extra octave. That would be great. And that keyboard looks really nice, so I'm definitely looking at that one. Let's see if we can find some good. need to see the scale. Let's see. How do we do that in here? Ah, there. Scale, E, half tone, whole tone. Scale. Nice. Find some good notes. We are doing these two are nice, so I'm not sure what kind of chords will come out of that. We would have and then this is A sharp, so that will be I guess that. Yeah, I'm thinking about repeating that as well, but I do want to have some other chords every now and then. I'm just trying to find the good first chords, basically. That's really interesting. I do like that. I am quickly going to bring up that actual scale on the website that I use a lot. E, what is it? E diminished. Okay, let me check. We are E, F, and that should give me the scale already. There we go. So basically, that's what we have. So what are we playing now? We are playing A sharp, C sharp, and then G. What is that? What chord is that? Is that one? I'm trying to, does anybody know, what is this chord? A sharp, C sharp, G. Sounds really interesting. Especially after that one. I think there's also a tool on that website where you can actually find the chord. Chord search. No. Chord finder. Yeah. Select notes. A sharp, C, and G. Right? Oh no, C sharp. It's an A sharp minor sixth, I guess. But without the F note. Interesting. Ah, yeah, of course. So this... that would be your regular... But because we're playing that G... And then let's mute that one. That has tension, I like it. Let's assign a macro to both of the detunes so that I can make them the same really easily by just using this macro. Oh yes, totally. Spooky. Okay, now let's map a macro knob to here. Adjust that a little bit so that we get the full range. Okay, that's good. I wonder what happens if we start doing FM on this first oscillator, because it sounds really strange on its own. Like, it almost sounds like a sort of like a church organ or something. That's cool. It just sounds like almost like a church organ, which is really cool. I wonder what happens if we FM that though. It's probably gonna get really weird. That has a really weird sort of like oscillation in it. Do you hear that? It's like a really interesting... cool. Maybe a bit on that as well. I mean, I kind of like it. What does that sound like with our saw wave? That sounds good. Cool. Bring that one back and that one back. I don't really like this one. Let's just get rid of that. I'm just gonna use this. Just gonna automate it myself. Adam's Family on acid. Let's do snap heap. Let's do a parallel chain here. Let's just whack a reverb in that second one. Interesting. Let's try... Okay, I'll close you down. Oh, my bad. Interesting. I could turn it into a stab sound as well. I kind of like that. I might be able to use that in some kind of a way. Have a good night, man. Have a good night. Go drink a couple of beers and don't drink too many, I guess. See ya. Like now this obviously should come in later as well. Oh, that's the wrong one. Like that should obviously come in later. So what we can do is we can take another macro and I can click on this little starry whatever that is, that star icon there, not, yeah, that one. And then I can say LFO1, which is this one, or LFO, it's not called LFO1, but that one. Just do that, so that this macro now controls the depth of that modulation. So I can call this pluck or step, might be a better word. See, now we have just the regular pad. And we can play around with that like this. And then if I want to bring that step in at some point, I can do that. So that's good. Probably want to do the rate as well on this one. See what that sounds like. Yeah, okay. Rate. Let's do step rate. Yes. If you want to stab someone quickly, bring up the stab rate. I guess that'll be fine for now. Probably want to play around with this one first. I guess try bringing the stab in here. Right there, maybe. How long is this now? This is... Oh yeah, that's 1 minute 6. Okay, good. Don't worry guys, I'll be back in just a bit. No, I'm not going anywhere, but my face is gonna be back soon. Let me think. Don't like that stab there. Might be for... I might save that stabby sound for a later part in the tune, actually. Don't think it actually fits there. Might be nice for like a different section, maybe in the breakdown or something later in the track, just to kind of reintroduce that pad, but in a completely different way. For now, I think we're just gonna continue with this. It does come up a little bit much here, so I guess bring it down a bit. And like the volume is also a bit loud, but we can adjust that later as well. Rate come up a little bit less. Okay. For now, that'll do. I do kind of want to bring in a different chord maybe somewhere as well. So maybe change up these two right here. Just to kind of make it a little change there. No, not there. Right here. Or at the end completely, but... well. Bring these up to C3. Probably let me just do this. Let me get rid of that vital and just do those notes on C3 as well. And I'm just gonna put a simpler in here and just chuck a kick drum sample in it. Where are they? Right there. Just try one. We're quite loud as well, I think, already. They're all pretty digital cakes, which is why I said let's go for one of these. Okay, let's group these in a rack, or in a group, and let's just call that theme for now, so that I can sidechain it when that kick drum comes in. Dynamics, compressor, let's just take the Live 8 compressor. We'll just take the kick sidechain here. Just a little bit, just to make a little bit of space for it, I guess. So I guess I want to try changing these chords right here, these two, before the kick comes in. Is that gonna be right? Let's have a listen to the entire thing and see if that makes sense. Maybe, could be nice. Let's see. Let's go back to that scale. There we go. So we also have a couple of other ones. I could also just play around. That might be better. Let's see. So we have go from A sharp. Let's try going to G sharp. to G, maybe? Or to F. Let's see, from... Yeah, that could work. Maybe. Ooh, that was better. Let's try going to G. That's not going to be part of the skill, but sounds kind of cool. I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing here. My music theory is a little rusty. We have E, F, G, G sharp, then we get A sharp, and then B. That one is definitely not going to be it. I mean, that actually sounds kind of cool, even though it's out of the scale. Yeah, that just sounds nice. Let's just do that. And we can start playing around with some other instruments as well later. You know, some extra pads, because this one sounds a bit basic. But this is probably just going to sit in the background, sort of like it's the main pad, and then everything else is going to add more texture on top of it, but we can work on that later. I just kind of want to structure the entire thing out as well, and kind of get a feeling for what the track is going to sound like before I get too much into like all the fine stuff. Kinda works, but I feel like... I feel like this one could maybe be different. I guess what would be even smarter is remove this MIDI and let's group this one and let's see if this works. Let's create another chain. Or can I take the input on this one? That would also be nice. Take the input of the kick channel. Yeah, it doesn't matter. See that? Does that trigger this thing? No. Okay, that's annoying. That doesn't work then. Then we have to do it in here. Then we have to take an external instrument, I guess. And can I just send the MIDI to that other track? That would be great. I guess not. That's annoying. Like if you would just be able to send the MIDI to there, that would be great. I guess not. Well, forget that then. I thought you could do that. I know you can send it to like an effect, but I thought you could also have like another track take the MIDI input from another track. Wait, maybe. Ah, that works. Setting it to in. Okay. See, now the sidechain is just always working, whatever I do here. So I can just go in here and I can start messing with this. I can start, I don't know. And the MIDI is always gonna follow with it for the sidechain, so see? So that's great. That's a lot better. Kind of like that. Making that follow sort of like the notes of that ARP thing. See? that. Well, you can't see me now, but don't worry. I'll be back. Not sure if I even like that sidechain. Just turn it off for now. I mean, we haven't used this one yet. Let's go for that one now. Then we've used all the big ones. Oh no, vinyl. We haven't used vinyl yet. Damn it. I need a drink. Let's do that. Okay. Put you in there. And put you in there. We'll call this detune. And go into the matrix. That sounded really cool. Let's go into the matrix. Okay, let's make them unipolar. And then this one is gonna go to 50. And then this one is gonna go to minus 50. So we're basically going one semitone. We now have one semitone of range on this detune. I basically just made a detuning between these two oscillators, so I can put a couple of notes in here. Let's just take these notes for the sake of it, and then just get rid of that. Nice, with the drive all the way up, you kind of get a little bit of an extra tone. Here. It's interesting. Yeah, I heard of about VCV Rec. I actually, do I still have it installed? No, I don't. I don't have it installed anymore, or maybe I do, but. I mean, it's for sure a good sound design tool. Like, I guess if there's one good, sort of like, what is it, modular analog synth emulation, then yeah, I guess VCV Rec is definitely the way to go. I never really got too much into it. I played around a little bit with it, and it's quite nice, but I never really got too much into it. Yeah, I always used it as standalone as well. Never really used as an integration with a DAW. Never tried that. Okay, let's just say we're gonna get I'm not sure if this is gonna be that if this is gonna be what the intro is gonna end up like, but let's just move on to the next section. Oh, my bad. Where was that coming from? Oh, that's the... Let's do... Bring that one to there. It's better. Probably automate the delay. And just automate. We don't have any macros anymore, but I can just automate the delay mix down. Ah. Okay. How am I still hearing the delay when the mix is all the way down? Is it really because of the distortion? Is that just... Oh wait, we have... Ah yeah, okay, I get it. We have something else as well. There's one of these is attached, or one of the macros. Delay wet, macro 3. So that one needs to go down, but that is down. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna do that. It's probably gonna be drum and bass, but I need to take a piss soon. And that's gonna be a good moment for me to grab some drinks downstairs, because this one is finished. I don't have any music by hand, but I need to piss really crazy, so you guys are just gonna listen to this intro, even though it sounds like crap still. But I'm gonna run downstairs real quick and grab a drink and take a piss, and then I'll be back. So give me a minute, maybe. I'll be back in just a little bit, and then we'll continue working on this. See you in just a bit. I'm back. Not sure if I like those chords. Now I hear them again. Maybe put them there at the end. Lock that one. Put these there. And then just do this. And we're gonna make that plug thing a lot more interesting. It's gonna be layered. It's probably not gonna start like this. Like it's probably gonna be maybe filtered again, if you got what I mean. Just maybe add a different instrument playing the same sort of like pattern and just layer it up and get it really interesting. But for now we just need something that kind of gives us the melody and the groove. Okay, I don't like that actually. Wait. Let me drop them somewhere here. And then do that. That's weird. Sounds so out of tune, but that's actually what it needs. It needs to be. That actually might work. That's gonna be layered up as well, of course. Like this just by itself right now here. Just doesn't do it, if you get what I mean. It's still way too simple, but that's gonna come later. Let me just do that. Let's just say that's gonna be the bass line for the chords. What can we do? Should we do a breakdown before the drop and actually drop here? Then the intro is gonna be 1 minute 28. That's fine too. That's fine too. Because we could maybe, I guess I should also maybe work on those chords then, maybe make the intro good, and then we can sort of like work our way into the drop. Let's see. Let's grab a... do plus 12 as well, so I can... switch between them. That's kind of nice to be able to do. These... kind of like that one. Maybe use that one as the bass underneath the chords, even though it's playing the same pattern as the other one. Kind of like that. Okay, that one is up still. Then I can do... like that pattern. That could actually be the pattern for the bass line in the drop. Yo, great. It was you, right? Yeah. No. Huh? Oh, no. I thought it was my moderator. No. Gray, where you at? Are you here? Is this a new track today? Yeah, we're just starting something new. We're working in E diminished. Or what is it? The E dominant diminished, I think it is. Basically the half tone, whole tone scale. So basically. Really interesting scale. It's really interesting. Has all these interesting half step intervals, which is super nice for like you can make a really cool half time track with this as well. You can do all these weird sort of like descending and ascending chords and patterns. Like all kinds of weird sort of like patterns. It's really an interesting skill. And it has a lot of tension because it has some really cool chord combinations. Like if I bring up this one, you can kind of see what I mean as well. It's an E diminished, so but you get E major, E minor, and E diminished that you can do on the root. And then on G, you have it again. G major, G minor, and G diminished. And then on A sharp, we've got A sharp major, A sharp minor, A sharp diminished. So you've got like multiple sections here on C sharp again, C sharp minor, and then C sharp diminished. So you've got like all these interesting sort of like chords, and then there's in between you've got sort of like additional diminished chords because you've got D diminished, G sharp diminished, and then B diminished. So those are also it's a really cool chord progression. I don't know what they call it as well. I think it's called also a symmetrical chord progression or something because it basically has a symmetrical structure. This is basically just the entire structure, just half step, whole step, half step, whole step, half step, whole step, half step, whole step, and that's just the entire scale. So I'm trying to play around with that today. You ever try scalar? What do you mean? Is that a VST plugin, or do you mean the skill section in Ableton? Ah, damn it, there's an eyelash in my eye. Ah, god damn it. Ah. Goodbye. The VSD, no. But I do like the pattern. That's a nice pattern. It's actually the same pattern as what that thing in the entire intro is playing, but it's not going up, but it plays the low note, then it goes up an octave, and then it goes back down for the last two notes. So basically just switches the pattern up a little bit, but sounds really cool for a bass line. See, I'm locking the unison positions of the phases, and I'm basically, because the synth is mono, I can hear when the voices sort of like are in a position where they sound good together. Because what I don't want to have this effect. See? If I make it re-trigger, so that all the voices re-trigger, you get that effect. It's basically just a plain saw wave, because the voices are all still at the same pitch, because they're all brought back to the same pitch, and I don't want that. But I also don't want to have it be random, because then every bass sound is going to be completely different. See, we don't have any consistency, which is also really annoying, because if you're making bass lines, you don't really want that. Now, Serum has this really cool feature where you can lock the unison into a position. You can see it as well, see? That is the position that they're currently locked in. Not sure why that keeps going away, but you get what I mean. So you want to bring the phase all the way up, and then the random all the way up as well, and then it goes into memory trigger mode, and then it basically remembers the position of those voices where they were in terms of pitch, so that they are always re-triggered to that position when you play a note. And that's something that's really interesting. I haven't really found that in other synths, or at least not as easy to work with as this one, because if you want to change the position, all you have to do is just, while it's playing, bring this one down a bit so that it goes to a new position, and then you want to bring it up again, and then basically do that until you find one that you like the sound of. So see, now we get that effect. Now we get that. And you're basically just looking for a section where the phase cancellation is actually interacting with the distortion in a good way. See, that one is absolutely shit. Let's loop that. See, that one is quite nice. And because I'm doing this in mono, this is now always going to sound good in mono. So that's another thing I don't have to worry about now. I can now start bringing up maybe the width a little bit, just to give it a bit of width. But this will now always still sound powerful in mono. Probably. Let's see. Because we didn't choose one where it was like phase cancelling itself out. I guess this should still sound good if we now turn this back into mono. See, it doesn't really change too much in terms of sound. So that's kind of what you want. Now, I did bring it up a little bit too much already for bass sound. If I do width, it's probably going to be something like 8 or 10, something like that. Really just a very little bit. Maybe 12. Don't want to do too much. Like, it's mono now, but yeah, that sounds good. It's just a little bit wider, you know, as opposed to that. But you don't want to do this. So you can hear it as well. It completely changes how it sounds with the distortion. But if you would have the width at 100, and if you now sum this to mono, see? The sound just completely collapses. There's the cool movement that you heard in stereo is now completely gone, because it's relying on phase cancellation. It's doing completely different things in the left and right side because of that extreme width. So if we bring this down a bit, which you can hear it changes the sound, and it makes it more consistent. And now if I turn this to mono, we do lose a little bit of width, but the main sort of like movement in the patch stays the exact same. And if you're making a bass sound, then that is really important. Does that stay after a restart though? If I'm correct, it should. I think it does. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does, because I've used this function a lot of times before, and it doesn't sound different when I load a project where I'm using that. So, yeah, it's saved in the actual patch. It would be quite stupid if Steve would implement it like that. I don't think he would even accept that. Steve is quite the perfectionist when it comes to his plugin. So, yeah, I don't think he would even accept that as an option, just implementing it and then every time you load the project it resets itself. No, I don't think he would even have implemented that if that was the state of that feature. Knowing Steve and how he works in Serum, because I do the beta as well, right? So I can see sometimes what the beta is and like how long it takes sometimes for a new feature to come out in the actual public release. Because a lot of times it's been in the beta for maybe weeks or months, you know, and then it comes in the final release when all the bugs are out of it. But he really puts a lot of work into it, so yeah, I can definitely. I don't think he would have just said like, yeah, that's good enough. No. But good call, by the way. I need to save. But it's such a good feature, like, because it allows you to make a bass line with width and with more than just two voices, right? Because most of the time, if you make bass sounds and you want some width, you would probably take maybe two voices. Because if you then make them re-trigger, you know, it still sounds reasonable, right? They just start at the exact same pitch, but then it still sounds relatively reasonable and in mono as well. But if you want to make a bass sound with sort of like a bigger, wider sound, or just in general utilize that detuning from the unison to create a more washed out sound, right? If it just adds more phasing, basically. So, yeah, you definitely want to keep that consistent for bass sounds. And I found that this option in Serum is just such a good option for that. Because you can absolutely smash it into a distortion. And even though we have 5 voices, that movement is just exactly the same every time, and that's really nice. And I do usually, when I'm making bass sounds, stick to uneven numbers, so that you have one voice basically straight in the center. Which, I mean, I kind of like more. You can also go for like 6. But then you're always going to have 2 voices in the center that are sort of like detuned from each other. And sometimes it's better if you have just one in the center, so it's more consistent there. And then the ones on the side of it are the ones that are giving it the width. Even though that width is very small, right? But that would already be too much. If we do this, we already lose a lot as soon as it sums to mono. So I usually would keep that a little bit lower. Like, I do hear a little weird thing in the high frequencies in this one. Let's try another one. See, this is one of those that is not too good. See, the width is not up that much, but even though the width is only up to 13%, in stereo it sounds like that. And then in mono, we lose quite a bit of that sound, so this is one I would not pick. Yeah, see, and in mono it still sounds pretty much the same, but there is some width, and that's kind of nice. This one sounds gnarly though. I think I'm gonna do something interesting with that, but not really liking that. This thing is definitely gonna have to change. I might actually just replace this one for that one. Although I like the sound of this though. Maybe. This is sounding quite interesting. It's still pretty rough, of course, but this one is gonna go away. I don't like that one. This one is much better. So this section is then gonna be the sort of like the section in front of the drop. So I could start filtering this one at some point. I kind of like it when it just comes in with a lot of bass, I guess. But maybe we can do some EQ here as well on it. Let's see what it sounds like if we give it a good old high pass. Like maybe even take this one out right here. I really like the scale, man. It's such a nice scale. Like that's already quite cool. So let's automate that.
Hey brother, keep it up. Just started with live and music production. And I can wait to reach the level where I actually can fully grasp what you're doing, showing big up.
Nice one. Thanks for the €5, Genova. I saw your message. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I guess just just watch and see what you can learn and pick up. You know. Yeah, we've got Vanessa. Vanessa is my female Japanese assistant. And she helps me out reading the messages. It's not always that easy to hear what she's saying, but that's the joke of it. So yeah. People who've been watching for a long time might damn, it's been a while since we've came up with that name. That was such a fun stream. Was that the stream where I got hugely drunk and YouTube started telling me that that stream was not suitable for everybody? Oh, I don't know. We've had that voice for a really long time. It's kind of funny. It's kind of cool. I mean, I love Japan anyway, just so. And then we're gonna, of course, have, oh wait, I can do that in here. Then we're gonna go down here a little bit. With a less steep slope. And we're probably gonna have some other stuff coming in here as well. Maybe even go back up again as well on the high pass so it kind of fades out. Because if we start moving the high pass and the low pass sort of like closer together, it's also gonna get quieter, obviously. So we kind of get. And then the drop is gonna come, and we're probably gonna use that pattern for the bass line in the drop, to be honest, because it's quite a cool pattern. Now it does go down quite a bit here, so maybe, see, 50 hertz is quite a bit, maybe, I don't know, 100 hertz or something. Oh damn, your trip to Japan got cancelled because of COVID? That's oh man, that sucks. Like I'm definitely gonna go there one day. I wanted to go there for a long time, but it's just it's quite expensive, you know. Especially if you're all the way out here in Europe, the flight is already quite expensive, and then obviously, you know, staying in Tokyo is definitely not cheap as well. Well, you could make it cheap, but I would want to go for a longer period of time, you know, not for like 1 or 2 weeks, because I would want to really, you know, go there and just take my camera and basically just spend maybe a month or something, just so that you have some time to just go out at night and just explore, maybe rent a bike or something, you know, something like that, and then just cycle around Tokyo at night and then just shoot photos. You would have stayed there for 3 months. Yeah, I've been thinking as well about like the 1 to 3 month kind of schedule as well, because 3 months is the longest you can stay on a tourist visa, right? So I was like, something like that, 1 or 2 months probably gonna be like that. But then if it's like that at that time, it's probably even gonna be cheaper if you can find an apartment. Like, that's probably even gonna get cheaper at such a long time, so it's gonna be... And there's actually places where you can rent an apartment as a foreigner, which is quite interesting, but it's still really difficult. Yeah, it's definitely gonna get delayed a lot, for sure. Like, I follow this guy on YouTube called Tokyo Lens, and he is basically I followed him initially because he's a Western shamisen player. He moved to Tokyo, or I'm not sure if he lives in Tokyo, but he moved to Japan, and he basically is now learning from a master shamisen player, basically, and he, you know, has lessons out there, and he does a lot of videos about... Well, he initially did most videos about his shamisen stuff, but now he does a lot. During COVID, he actually started going out and exploring Japan a lot. So now he does like live walking through Tokyo and all of that while he's just live streaming and just walking the streets there. It's really cool, and he also goes to some really cool places. And during these COVID times, he's been to like Kyoto and all those places, and there's just nobody. And that's so strange, because normally it's super busy out there in those places, and now he's just like, I'm just the only one here. Like, you know, insane temples, and he's just like, I'm the only one? It's bizarre. And that's gonna be over again, though. So, the best moment to be there would be basically if you would be there now. Then you would have so many good photos. No tourists at all. Like... Kyoto has had like very little tourism in the last year or so, and like Kyoto basically lives on tourism, so it's like all the temples are just completely empty. I think it was the big sort of like garden that they have. There's like a huge garden somewhere in Kyoto, where normally it's like you can't get a photo without any people in the frame, not even if you go there like really early in the morning or something like that, like when the sun is rising. It's already going to be busy, and he was there in the middle of the day all by himself. Like, the entire place, there was just nobody, which is crazy if you think about it. But yeah, I'm not there, so that sucks, but at least he does like cool videos about it, so you can at least see it, right? But yeah, I would definitely want to go for a little bit of a longer period of time as well. Because 2 weeks is just like 1 or 2 weeks is just, it's just not enough. Especially if you're gonna go for photos and stuff like that, and you want to explore, and you know, it's just not gonna be enough. Like even 3 months, like you're not gonna see everything that you want to see. Ah, yeah, true. Like, I would definitely, you know, I would definitely, like that too. Especially. Like, but I mean, I guess it's still quite busy, though. Like, except just the tourist spots are just so much quieter now than they are normal. Which is a really big plus if you're going for, like, you know, experiencing the, like those gardens and such. Normally it's so busy that it's just basically people everywhere, right? Like, can you really experience that place then? But now it's like, there's still a lot of people in Tokyo. Like, it's not like when you're gonna walk the streets, there's nobody out. There's a lot of people, and people are just going by the day like it's normal. It's just that they don't currently, I think they still don't allow people into the country right now. I'm not sure, it could be wrong, but for a while they just didn't allow people in the country. So, from, like, foreigners and such. Basically to prevent infections. I'm not sure if they changed that already. Yeah, but that's everywhere. Like, that's everywhere across the world. Hotels are super cheap right now because there's... Well, not everywhere. Like, it is weird because, I guess during the first moments it was all really cheap, but now it's actually going the opposite direction. We have places in the Netherlands right now, because everybody that would be normally going abroad, on vacation are not going abroad right now, so they're all going on vacation in our own country, and all the sort of like vacation parks in our own country are like 400% up in price and such. It's like crazy. Like places that would normally cost 800 euros are now like 4,000. It's insane because the demand is so high. Like locally, the prices are insanely high, which is really weird. Well, I guess not. It's just supply and demand, but they declared another state of emergency. Yes, they are. I didn't really keep track of it, but I know for a while they just didn't allow anybody in, which I guess is a good way of going about it. Better safe than sorry, right? I want some kind of an impact sound.
Impact.
No, not that. I guess that's an impact sound, but let's see what we have. Yeah, okay. I don't like the higher part, but I do like the lower stuff. Let's do a little hack. Let's hack this thing together. Guess a 2-band split phase accurate. Yeah. And then we have the highs. Let's increase the slope a bit. Or not. Let's keep that down. Let's bring this up. I could also use something else, but I'm just gonna try this. Oh wait. Oh, I know a different method maybe. Let's mute this, and let's try how good it really is. Ook sound, soothe 2. Let's go to the flat, hard. That ranges from like 100-ish. Let's see how close we can get this. See, that part right here, that's definitely what I don't like. Or maybe a little bit of that, but you can just remove that entire annoying frequency. See, maybe I like those higher ones, but I don't think I do. I guess I like removing those and actually leaving those other ones in. We can just almost remove it completely. Yeah, I know. Better than being in lockdown basically for the entire year. Like us. And hi from Tokyo, hi from the Netherlands. Yeah, we've been in lockdown for almost a full year. It's absolutely crazy. We can just completely remove that. Like... But we've almost completely deleted the entire sound, so let's just find a different impact. Because that one, we have to do so much to it. But better just find one that we like more. I quite like that. Let's take a long reverb. It's not even that long. Okay, now it is. Were you more productive? Good question. At first I wasn't. At first I wasn't at all. But now, yeah, I guess now I am. Like, I'm doing tutorials again and all of that, so that kind of got started again, so yes, I guess I am now, but at first I was really not. I was just like... But at the moment I have to say, I'm really glad that it's gonna be over soon, even though I don't necessarily know if it's gonna be the right choice, but that's a whole nother story. But I'm getting completely done with it at the moment, you know, like just not being able to go anywhere or just like go have a drink somewhere or something like that. It's just... Last time I went somewhere to have a beer, it's been like 2 or 2.5 years or something. It's crazy. Yeah, basically that. Basically that, yeah. My bad. Yeah, okay, we were working with that, that's right. I need to piss again. Let's give you a nasty color. Sure. Ooh, I quite like that one. So sort of like a live drum break, but at like 174. Looking for like interesting things that I can get out of it. It is quite an interesting break though. Let me just grab, where is it? There. Just grab you, put you on here, do that. And then bring you all the way down. Let's boost this up with maybe 10 decibels. So that we get. Here it just completely cuts it out when the kick hits. So we can basically start listening to what that sounds like with the kick. Interesting. There. See which one we like most. Damn. Yeah, I guess that one is best to chop up, probably. Let's slice the new MIDI track. Oh wait, before I do that, let's check. So we have one there. That's correct. That's one hit. Then we have that one, which is right. Now here, that is an extra hi-hat right there that hits in front of the kick. Do that, and then do Control-Shift-I, so it creates another sort of like marker right there. Oh yeah, there's an extra hat there. That's right, that's right. That's right. As well. Okay, should be good now. Yeah, come on. Okay, I was about to say. Why taking so long? Let's take this and that. Just drop them on here. Like I might even just put that. Which one is that? Slice 3? Yeah. I might just even put that last little thing in here. So this one is... It's kind of like a ghost snare. Then we want to have it separate. Yeah, it's a ghost snare. It's a really short little sort of like ghost snare thing, so we can use that as well. But now I have them all in here, so I can just get rid of this, start playing, and just make my own pattern. But I need to piss like crazy again. Do we have an audio file? Oh yeah, sure. You haven't heard that one in a while. I think. What is that? 172? Yeah. I'm just gonna take a real short break while you guys listen to this one, and when I'm back, we're gonna continue working on it and probably work on the drop a little bit as well. See what we're gonna do. Yeah, I'll be back in just a little bit. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I still need to give that one a good, proper final sort of like session. Go through it. There's a whole bunch of stuff I still want to, you know, fine tune a little bit. But this one is really close to done. This is definitely one of the tunes that is closest to done at the moment, I guess. So, enjoy that little preview. That one was made on stream as well, quite a while ago. Forgot. Probably a couple of years ago, actually. But, sounds quite cool. I like that Reese that it has. It's, the bass line is sort of like, it's only one bass sound, and then in the second half there's a sort of like that stabbier bass sound that comes in, but that one is made from the same Reese, so it's basically just one bass sound in the entire tune. But, it works, you know? Yeah, that B drop, I really like that part as well, but it's basically just the same reads. I think I just bounced a single note to audio, put it into a sampler, and then just put a filter on it with a sort of like a plucky envelope attached to the low-pass filter to kind of give it that sort of like stabbier sound, and then just added some extra distortion to beef it up again, and that was basically it. So, but I think I made it a couple of years ago on stream. And then I just never listened to it again for a really long time. And a couple of months ago, I was going through some older projects, and I found it, and I was like, oh, wow, this one is actually almost done. And since then, I've just been, you know, going through basically the entire track and just making it better, because I've not worked on that track for like a couple of years. So obviously, my skills have improved, and now I hear things that I didn't hear a couple of years ago. But you hear that so often in drum and bass when you actually talk to like when you hear people talk like big drum bass producers, and when they get the question like or when they do like a breakdown of one of their tunes on YouTube or something, and they'll say like, yeah, so we're gonna break this tune down. Well, we actually started this tune in 2013, and you're like, what? But it's so common that people will just, you know, be sitting on tunes for years, and then at some point suddenly they finish it, and then you release it. Because sometimes you just need to have a track, just make it sit on your hard drive for a couple of months or years, you know? Especially if you get stuck. Yeah, I know. It has a bit of an old school. That was also, I think that was sort of like the plan that I had then as well. I wanted to make a bit of more of an old school sounding track in terms of like the sounds, but have it mixed more like a modern track. So yeah, that was, I think that was actually what I was going for with that one. But it's been so long, I don't even know which stream it was. But you might remember it. Maybe we're even not going to have that kick, but just make a break come in. Let's see what we can make from this one. Ooh, that's nice. Quite like that pattern. I don't really have to do it. I don't really have to use the choke function because I'm using, basically using the amp envelope to make them all really short. Like if I record this, you're probably gonna see that they're not even overlapping. You can also hear it. Like these are not even overlapping. See? So we don't even need it. Like even this section here. Like the volume is already all the way down when the next one hits, so it's not necessarily an issue. But we are gonna tweak this a bit. Let's start by moving this one up and then copying that value to all the siblings. Let's move it down a bit. Okay, that's hitting on an F sharp. Let's see what we're gonna do. I might bring it down one semitone so it hits on F. Then the snare drum hits one semitone above the root of the track, which could be really cool. Kind of add some tension, even though it's a really short sound. But see, now the snare drum hits on F, which is, if we bring it down one more, now it's gonna be hitting on E. Sounds nice. It's sort of like it's all in the, it's sort of like in tune with the rest of the stuff that's happening, especially with like the, you know, it's basically just following sort of like the same route as the entire track. But I feel like having it up one creates a bit of tension, which is nice, even though it's just a snare drum, right? But that snare drum has quite a big fundamental frequency, so you still quite hear that. See? Let's see. I could try adding a bit of reverb to them, see if I can make them feel like they have a bit more of a tail. Because they're also, you know, they're also really short because I pitched it up, of course. So let's see if I add a reverb. Close that one down again. Oh wait, let's do Valhalla Room. now we're gonna do a little trick, because I don't like that, but okay, that was a great sentence. Let's take this. Let's take the input from let's see. Damn. Let me audio fact rack chain. Let me rename these. So we have dry and wet. And then we want the dry pre-effects. So it's gonna take the input from this one. I don't like that I mean, I guess it's a sentence in a way. Okay, can we We'll see if that works. Can always adjust it later. Let's try doing. Let's just whack a saturator on it. When in doubt, just add some saturation. Now I do wonder if we can clean that one up a bit with Soothe. Let's try it in front of the reverb. Very subtle, but no, not that one. That one. Let's add some velocity changes as well. But I think it's a little bit much if we have those hi-hats at the loudest velocity all the time. That might be nicer. definitely doing it after the saturation. See what we're gonna do. Keep it like that and then go down in the second half so that we get yeah, maybe. Let's see, we can we also automate this switch right here. So let's basically turn this one on right here when the drums are playing, maybe a little bit before it so that we don't get a click. And then when the drop hits, we can basically just, we don't have that filter, so it's not altering the volume. So then right here I can just start playing with that again, but I kind of want to use this break as well in the drop, I think. Maybe not, maybe I will, but... That reverb really does a lot, like... See, that's just basically just... It's sidechaining the... Try finding a... like a section there. See, it's basically just... cutting it down every time we... the dry sound hits. And that way it sort of like becomes cleaner, which is nice. Yeah, that's nice. How you synthesize cymbals? Well, cymbals, the thing is they have a resonant sort of like frequency in it, so what I would probably do is take some white noise and run it through some comb filters or something like that, you know, stuff like that. You could make cymbals in Vital pretty easily. Just take Vital and take one of those weird comb filters that it has and then just run some white noise or some pink noise through it, and then it's all about shaping it and tweaking it, basically. And if you know, key track that, then you can also play them on different keys, so that would be great. That's how I would do it, at least, if I want to synthesize them. Let's do a longer pattern. Mute that one, And then here, we need to find a different kick without that head on top. That one, probably. Oh, or that one. I'm probably gonna make completely different drums for the drop, but that pattern works in the intro. Could maybe already bring it in here and then just low pass it in the first part. Where's the low pass? There. Maybe do this and then have it be up all the way here. See what that sounds like. Oh yeah, that weird symbol or weird impact thing at the start kind of works. That hits on E. That hits on A. Not really, doesn't really matter too much. Like, this all needs to be a lot more interesting, but we'll get there. Did you hear that click at the start of the break? That was because this one is not there. See, because it jumps from basically here all the way up, you get that click at the start. And if you do this, now here, I'm thinking of doing this, and let's see if we can mute all of those. I might actually add my own hats. That's a snare. I should rename these. That's way easier. Let's do that. Let me go to here. Let's do this, and let's just do kick, snare, hat. Next one is a ghost snare. Then we have another kick. Then we get another, no, not a kick, we get a snare. Then we have another hat. That's another, what's that? Is that a ghost snare? Yeah, I think it is. Not sure, but doesn't matter. That's a kick. Hat. No, another kick. Then we get a hat. This is gonna be a lot easier to work with, because that way I can see the names of these. That's definitely a ghost snare. In the MIDI thing, it's gonna be so much easier if we can see the names of what every slice is. There's two more. Another hat. And a final kick drum. See, now if I go in here, I can just see what everything is, which is so much better than seeing slice 1, slice 2, slice 3. See, I could, for instance, say, huh, maybe I want to replace this ghost snare with this one. See, I can just play around with that, which is now easier than before. Like, I'm not sure if I'm gonna do this pattern right away in the drop. This might be the pattern for the B section of the drop. And go into a more, sort of like a drop section with more sustained basses first. Maybe even lay it with some synths and some upper layers that are sort of like similar to the sound of what happens in the intro. Kind of to, you know, maybe just a sort of like a bigger synth with a chord on top of a bass. And then maybe play around with that. And then in the B section, bring this pattern back. That would be really cool. Or go into this section right away, but I'm not sure if that's going to be cool, because then we have that section. This pattern is then going to be playing for quite a bit, because this is the same pattern as this. It's just different octaves, but the pattern is basically the exact same. And it's also the same as this one. So, you know, that's probably going to come in later again. After maybe 32? Yeah, after 32 bars or something, make it come in here again. You have kind of a little bit of a gap in that pattern, right? Otherwise it's just going to be the same pattern all over. It's just switching between different instruments. Which can work, but I'm not sure if I want to do that. Need some big drums though. Something big. We could try addictive drums and sort of like make a good break. I mean, we already have one, but... I feel for the drop they would have to be bigger, if you get what I mean. But we can maybe use it and layer it. See, you might be thinking, what is he doing? I don't know either. No, I do. Good morning, other snare enthusiast. Oh, I should look. I'm the true snare enthusiast. It says, dude, that snare is garbage. In case you want one of, in case somebody is watching and you want one of those hoodies or t-shirts as well, you can get them on my Teespring store, which is not this link that I'm going to share right now. One moment. Let me find the right link. Or well, fuck it. It doesn't matter. The new link still works, but or the old link still works, but I have the new one as well. You can get them on my Spring store. I still love it. I still love that phrase. It was one of the first shirts that I made actually. I was like, what can I do? And I'm like, dude, that snare's garbage. Yes, we need one. Like I didn't want to copy Noise's snare shirt, if you get what I mean. I wanna make a couple of new ones soon though. I'm thinking about maybe doing one with a cool design with 174 beats per minute on it or something, or 174, something like that. I'm not sure. Maybe have something with like, I can even do stuff like with prints, sleeve prints and stuff like that. So I'm thinking maybe something with I don't know, just drum and bass on the sleeve or something, stuff like that. And then of course, I guess with my own signature handwriting, which is basically just a graffiti tag hand style. my handwriting is just it looks like a graffiti tag, so you know, similar as my logo. My logo is basically just my handwriting. Detuned snares. Well, this snare is we're writing in E, but the snare drum is hitting in F, so we get a really interesting sort of like tension between the rest of the track and the snare drum, because the snare drum is basically a semitone above the rest of the root of the track. It's kind of cool. So I guess I'm kind of doing a detuned snare in that way. No, okay, we need this again. And then we get a section with a pattern that's more regular drum and bass pattern. So then we get more and then at the end I'm not sure what it's gonna do, but maybe even just leave that last snare drum out. But that's sort of like I'm looking for the right pattern right now, because we need it needs to sound way bigger. But this is sort of like the same break from the intro, so if we just expand on this, maybe just put an addictive drums on top of it. What does this one sound in mono, by the way? Because I haven't checked that. And I just saw that there was quite a bit of stereo in this break. So let's see if it sounds too weird in mono, then we might have to just use the mono version. Okay. That's really good. It just sounds almost identical. Okay, good. I need some food. Not really food, but well, it is food, but should I put an addictive drums on top of it? See what happens? It actually is already on the right one. Nice. What happens when I bring it out? I don't know. We're gonna see now. first thing we're gonna do is smash the living hell out of it, because I think I want some pretty big drums actually. Okay, let's go in here. Yes! That's weird. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. I should use this one. Not even sure if I would use it, but Don't hear much difference. Okay, whatever. Probably need to think about the bass as well first. Otherwise I'm gonna be making some drums and then I have no clue then what the bass is gonna do. And if I have the bass and then start working on the drums, it's easier. Out of Red Bull. Guess it's water then. Okay, I'm gonna turn that one off real quick for a bit. Let's see what kind of a bass I can come up with. Like I was saying before, I was thinking about maybe bringing some chords in the drop as well. Lay it with a bass. Could be a Reese. You like designing bass to fit the drums? Yeah, I mean I do too. But that's every time when I do that last couple of weeks, I get completely stuck. So, you know, gotta switch it up a little bit every now and then. And we do have sort of like the pattern of the drums, but I kind of want to maybe get focused on what the bass is doing for a change. Yo, Kaleida Official. Welcome. Let's close you down. We have these chords as well. And then I have that one as well. Let's make you a bit shorter. Did I move it down? No. Okay. Rule 1, you shall distort. Yeah, I mean, this one in the intro is quite distorted. Especially towards the end. Just getting heavier and heavier. Quite like it. Sounds like ass right now, but bear with me. Okay, we have G, and then D, G, really major or minor? Guess minor. Okay. First one needs to be different. They all need to be different, but I'm looking for the I know, but I'm looking for the chords first that I want to do. This is gonna be, what is that? G sharp to G. So then we're gonna have F, G sharp to G. Or E, G sharp to G. This one though, I kind of want to have it different. Maybe. I'm gonna use Serum for it though. Like we also could try Vital. It's so weird. I love it though. I love it. What are we gonna use? Do we have... And then instead of doing that, we're gonna go in here and do this. And then... That's so... No, I just wanted to have these interesting modes here. Like, I know, like, Serum has these modes too, but not the same modes. They are slightly different. I wanted to try this one out. Okay, I'll leave it like that. Yeah, evil. That's the whole point, right? That's kind of what we should be doing for this one, I guess, for this track. I don't think I'll have it fully wide, but just a little bit, like 50% or something. We can do some chorus. That's fucking weird. I'm just playing around with this one because it sounds quite cool. This might actually end up going into the intro at some point. Who knows? Because I quite like the sound of it. Where it's going, at least. Like, yes, I mean, the whole skill in general sounds quite haunting. Like, see? That's sort of like the main chord progression that we are using in the intro. So that already has a really, I don't know, it has a very, how do you say it? It's very dissonant in a way. And it needs to be layered up with a whole bunch of other pads and stuff. There's probably going to be, like, I do want to have maybe something with chords in the first part, when sort of like, see, if you look at what I'm doing here, at least these chords hit at the same moment with these snares. See, this snare right here and this snare right here. So what you're gonna get is see, so it does kind of align with those snares. But that obviously is not going to be it. But maybe a Reese with some kind of a note on top with that turns it into a chord or something. Yeah, I mean, we're in the diminished scale, so there's a lot of diminished chords, and a lot of one semitone intervals. Like in the intro as well. Like this whole intro is still very rough, but this whole pattern, that's also following that scale. It's just E, another E, and then that G and G sharp again. See what these chords are also doing, because this is going from, what is here? Here we also have that G sharp to G again. So it's quite cool. It's a really interesting And then later that bass version comes in, which I definitely want to use somewhere. Like without the EQ. That's gonna be the B section of the drop, most likely. No, like, I do have an idea in mind for the drop, but I can't explain that. That's gonna be we'll see if I succeed. I can try adding the type of reeds that I'm thinking about. I'll just do serum. Or no. Let's do, yeah, okay, I'll do serum. And just do it easily. You on the fine tune, and you on the fine tune there. Detune. Make them unipolar. 50 and minus 50. Let's just say these are gonna be the chords that I'm gonna use. Then we have that's weird. Not sure if I'm gonna use the multiband compressor. Yes! Totally, that is gonna be it. First gonna go up like 2 octaves. And maybe even... maybe even that. This is A sharp. Oh, my bad. Let's do that. Sounds kind of cool. You guys are silent suddenly. Yo, are you guys still there? Okay, let's see if we can make that reese even bigger. But that's sort of like a good... it's a good powerful reese. There's not really... it sounds good. And if we now sort of like do some parallel processing on it, so basically just add stuff to it, as opposed to really putting like effects on it, on this particular thing, that would probably be the best thing to do. Let's take, I guess, an audio effect rack or something. Try the drums for a second. Oh, with this. Yeah, that's not, the drums are not good enough yet. The bass also not, and I'm working on the bass right now. Definitely gonna have some reverb on it, I think. in some areas. Yeah, there's probably gonna be some amens layered in the first part of the drums. I do think it's gonna be some kind of an amen break, or a break that does something similar to what the amen break does, like has a similar kind of sound. It has to be a pretty aggressive, acoustic sort of like sound, if you get what I mean. So yeah, amen is kind of similar to that. So yeah, I get what you mean. I had the same kind of idea as well. Because this is just the same pattern as what the intro is doing. And that's a nice break for the intro. Like, this break is great in the intro, don't get me wrong. And that's great. And the drop is gonna follow a similar pattern, but with completely different drum sounds, probably. Maybe this one will be layered in it somewhere, you know, somewhere in the background as a layer of the drums in the drop, but I kind of like where that Reese is going though. I guess on the high frequencies is best. Don't want to do too much here. Although, it's not that. Let's try that. Now, if I'm doing this correct, this layer should now have no effect when we play this back in mono. Let's see. See? In mono it just sounds the exact same whether this chain is on or not, but in stereo we now get a whole bunch more width because of, first of all, this ensemble one, and then I'm doing this. What I'm doing here is I'm basically removing the mids completely from this layer, so that it's not interfering with these two, because these two are pretty much also in the mid, basically, of the stereo spectrum. So to not make those interfere, because I could also do this, just leave it like that, but then there's also going to be something in the mid, and I don't want that because these two are already there, and then it's probably going to clash. See? If I now play it like that, then it's clashing, and if I then sum it to mono, or, wait, my bad, it wasn't clashing yet. See, that's what it sounds like, and if I then sum it to mono, it starts doing a lot of weird phase cancellation because of this one. Now, if I do this, no phase cancellation on that, on those voices that are in the mid. Because this utility is basically just saying take the mids completely down and only play what's on the sides. So when it's basically in stereo, you're actually gonna have that there. So now I can just mix that in. And that sound, now it sounds like we have a really wide res, which is also the case, but in mono it still sounds pretty much just as powerful as it would be, because there's now nothing phase cancelling between those layers. Damn it, I need to piss again. It's great, but the Red Bull and the sparkling water is making me piss all day. I can better drink water than Red Bull though, that's one thing that's for sure. I started drinking more water again because yeah. Drinking Red Bull all day is not good. Anyways, I'm gonna take a piss. I'm gonna be back in just a little bit. And I guess you can listen to this one again. That one is quite nice. I'm gonna be back in just a little bit, and then we'll continue working on this, because I really need to go take a piss. See you in just a bit. I'm back. Should I just put an aim and break in real quick? Amen. Okay, let's see what we get. I have a whole lot of amens. That one is quite nice, actually. The pattern that I'm gonna have to do here is basically this. Let's see what other ones we have. That one sounds so good too. Very distorted, but that kick in this one is so fucking big. Do you look at how big that kick is? It's just like... These are Rex breaks as well, so I can really easily chop these to MIDI. But that's gonna be too big for that Reese. Not necessarily really too big, but... Might be able to. That one is really good too. But I have so many, holy shit. We're not even... Look at the browser. Look where we are. We can still go so far down. I have so many aim and breaks. There's probably a way better one. I also got a lot of duplicates, as you can see. Like that one already sounds way better. Bit of soft clipping won't hurt. I mean, you want some grit, right? This one is quite good, actually. Let me keep this one here while we go through. I'm gonna chop it up then later, but I want to first find the one that I like most. Like that one has a really nice sound too, and like if I start EQing them, you're gonna get a much better sound, like boosting some of the lows and stuff like that. Really sort of like shape them into the track. Because what I think I need is having like the first kick needs to be pretty bassy, right? So that first kick that hits here, like boom, just a really big bassy kick that's probably gonna come from one of the breaks, and then the snares coming in, hitting on that pattern that this break is doing, basically. So without the ghost hits, of course. So basically just this pattern. See, that's the pattern that the snares from the amen break will have to follow as well. But that's something we can do later. We just need to first find the best amen that I have. I never use amen breaks actually, but I have a shit ton of them because I used to... back in the day I used to make a lot of like breakcore things and stuff like that, you know, just distort the hell out of amen breaks and then just chop them up in weird little patterns, basically. And I still have all of these old amen breaks on my hard drives, so guess they come in handy now. That one is weird. Yeah, those are definitely from my old days. This is definitely from my old days. These are so cool. That one is really nice with the extra part on the snare here. Some of these are so crazy. That one is too crazy, but this one is actually quite cool. I guess I'll keep that one as well, and then yeah, that one is best from that. Yeah, that one has a bit of that sort of like kick sound that I'm looking for, I guess. It's not in the right pattern, but it has a bit of that sort of like sound on the kick drum. Not exactly, but see, this one would have to be that. And then maybe even repeat this like that other break was doing. So you get this. That's the only thing I have with this one. Every time I want to bring the gain up, I use this thing, but I need to use this tiny little thing here. a little bit. We're just gonna go through this because that's actually a really cool thing to remember. Taking that kick out and then... Ah, that's actually something I should remember. And to do that, let me just put that somewhere there. Oh yeah. Sure, this wasn't Amen. I don't even know what we're at. It's not too bad. That's not too bad. That one sounds really good as well. I can just do this and compare them. Yeah, the drums are loudest at the moment, for sure. I think I like this one the most, for now. Oh, it's even longer. What do we have here? Sounds pretty similar. That one is definitely the best. For now. Or you know what? Let's just go with this one. Fuck it. I like that one and this at the end here. That one is quite nice too, so... But that one has a good sound. I can do a slice to MIDI, because this is a Rex file. Now the only question is, has the person who made the Rex file done this correctly? No. Oh no, this is a WAV file. Then I have to do it myself. let me just fix those real quick. See, that one is off. This one is slightly off as well. Now luckily this break is already sort of like processed to be on grid, which is kind of helpful because then I can just align everything to these grid lines here. Makes it a little bit easier. I can always adjust them later inside the drum rack, but I think this is double kick, if I'm correct. Yeah, that's a double kick. Right here, double kick drum. And is that a snare drum with a head right after it or not? Well, I guess there are heads right after it, but they've just merged with the snare drum. And I should also do these after it. Those look to be alright. This one is off because those are going to be included in the drum rack as well. Which is good because there's a couple of slightly different hits there that we can use. Almost done. UK. Oh, Jim is here. Nice. Yeah, Jim, you might like that. Yeah, I know you are into the Amen stuff, right? More than I am, probably. I mean, I like them, but I never use them myself. Maybe I should more often. Okay, that was the entire break. Now I can slice to a new MIDI track. See how that sounds. Yeah, that's good. No gaps in between the notes, so that means the break itself is probably slower than the tempo I'm using. Yes, nice. The break is at 172 and I am using 174, so that means there's a very tiny bit of overlap now between the sounds. So I am going to give this one a choke. In out, just select all of them and just set that to 1 so that we don't have any overlapping sounds. I really like the sound of this Amen break though. This is a very good one. Nicely processed. Just how we need them. Yeah, I know. Let's see what happens if we do this. That's also going to be good for the part that comes after it. See, we can clean it up quite a bit. Quite like the sound of that. But yeah, one of these is probably best. We're getting an aim break going. That definitely helps a lot. I've oh wait, I should probably switch them both to, or are they both linear phase now? Oh, nice. Yeah, I saw Mephius talking about this on his channel during he did a live stream a little bit ago. Was actually, which day was it? I think it was the day before we did the D&B Academy streams. And he was talking about using the multiband wave shaper instead of Trash 2 because it has linear phase mode for the crossovers. So, like, if you're making a bass sound, right, you probably want to preserve the phase if you've, you know, cared a little bit about it. This one, it doesn't matter that much, but like, it might be good to do. Yeah, I saved already a couple of times during the stream. Now we have that thing on the sides. Let's try to do something weird. Let's notch filter that thing on the sides. Let's see what happens. Do a bit of that. Maybe 2 bars. Yeah, and the thing is, you can just add more bands as well. See? You can create up to 6 bands, I think. So... And they have even other modes, like level, mid-side, spectrum, analog, low-pass, hybrid, panorama, whatever that's gonna mean. Disabled? What's that gonna do? Disable the crossover? What does that do? Oh, okay. So all 3 bands are now just stacked on top of each other. Ah, okay. Tonal transient. But it's really powerful. But this extra layer is so good. It just gives it width, but in mono, you just don't hear it. See, this is what I mean. Look, if I just have this chain on solo, and this utility here on mono, we don't hear a thing. That sound is just completely, it's so wide that it cancels itself out. But because it's not clashing, because there's nothing in the midst of it, it's not clashing with these other 2 layers. And thus, when we play this in mono now, we basically only hear these 2 layers. And this one has just completely disappeared. But in stereo, it just adds a bit more width. But yeah, this is a really nice technique. I've been picking that up, and I saw Mephius doing the multiband wave shaper, and I was like, oh wow, that's so much better. Because ever since I've noticed that, like, Trash does the same sort of like phase shifting as what, for instance, ODT does. Although Trash is better because you have control over the bends itself, and you don't have that with ODT. You cannot change the frequency in ODT, but in Trash you can set up the bends yourself, of course. So then you can sort of like alter what the phase shift does. But it still does a phase shift because there's no, the way it does the bends is basically just filtering. Now this is nice because it does linear phase frequency splitting, basically. So yeah. Looks like you're a few versions behind. Oh yeah, could be the case. Could be the case. That happens more often. I have so many plugins often when I'm just like every time when I update Serum, it's just like I haven't looked at it for a while, and then I just go like, I wonder if Serum has had an update, and I just log into my account and I'm like, oh, there's been like 4 or 5 new updates. Okay. You know, it's just like that every time. The only ones that I really keep up with is the Kilohertz, and I guess Vital. Kilohertz because I of course do the beta testing as well, so it's always nice to have those new features when they're working on them, basically, so I can test them out. But yeah, I'm really a big fan of that wave shaper, man. It's such a good wave shaper. And you've got these modes as well, which are of course gonna do interesting things. Those are very similar, okay. Built-in limiter as well, which is also really nice. Just turn it on. Don't have to worry about it. Such a good plugin. But like, most of the Melda stuff is really good. Like, ever since I've started using them more, it's just, yeah, it's just so good. Get Melda Triple X, you can go really crazy. I'll have to look into it, man. I don't know what is that? Is that also multiband compressor? Or multiband distortion, I should say. Ah, okay, yeah. True. True. I get what you mean. I mean, they're really good. Like, I imagine most of the stuff that they have is really good because everything pretty much that I've used from them is really good. It's all the VSTs in one VST. You can chain a multiband. Holy shit! What? So it's basically a host for all their VSTs. Basically like what Kilohertz does with their snap ins in like Snap Heap and that kind of stuff. Damn, that's sick. That's really good. Okay, you might have convinced me. That's really sick. That sounds perfect. And if that also comes with the same multiband with linear phase, then holy shit, that's I don't even need racks anymore then. Yeah, like I would just wait for a sale indeed, and then just pick it up. Absolutely. I mean, that's like a good one for my Patreon money, basically. But now I'm gonna first thing I'm gonna get from my Patreon money is the new MIDI controller, and then after that that money is probably gonna be saved up for like plugins and stuff like that. So, you know. But that sounds really good. Like, do you know, does it have the same, like, linear phase, multiband splits and all that? I imagine, like, if it works just as the other multiband tools. Like, I'm not sure, not all of the multiband tools from Melda have the linear phase thing, I think. Not that it's good for everything, like, but certain moments when I'm making a bass sound, for instance, and I'm designing that sound, and I might have, you know, when you use distortion on a sound with sub and you run that sub bass together with the mid-range through a distortion, that distortion will kind of push the high frequencies into certain areas of the waveform, and that's basically because it's distorted and clipped. But if you then put a multiband tool on it that, you know, fucks with the phase, then those high frequencies often end up in a position of the waveform where if you limit it again afterwards, which you're probably gonna do when you're mastering your tune, then you're gonna lose grit because it's in a spot where there's no headroom basically, and then you're removing a bit of the grittiness of the bass by basically just limiting the track. So yeah. Yes. Okay. Then that is great. Okay. Yeah. That might be a good one to save up for then. How much is it on sale? Like, how much was it on sale? But that sounds really nice. Let me grab a drink. Yeah, multipass probably. That's more like it, yeah. It's a multiband thing. Snappy is more like parallel processing. That's probably not what I'm gonna do though, but does sound kind of cool for other sections of the tune, maybe. Hold on. That section is nice. 700. Okay. That's quite a bit. I'm gonna admit, but it's worth it. I mean, let's be fucking honest. I mean, like I said, all of the stuff from Melda that I've used, pretty much everything is really good. So it does what it says it does, you know. The frequency shifter, that I have that one called M Transformer. That one is really sick. It's basically a frequency shifter, but it's also a pitch shifter in one. So you can do both frequency shifting and pitch shifting at once, which is really interesting. It has a whole bunch more, like the comb filter and the multiband comb filter. That one is really nice too. What? Oh, maybe not then, huh? Yeah, the complete bundle is like insane. I'd love to get that one. Might need to have a few more years of Patreon for that to happen. Oh, I was... MXXX has everything in one VST. It's complete too. Yeah, I guess if it has everything in it, then you can just use that one, basically, for everything. And if you just need a single instance of any of those plugins, you just open that one, do a single bend, and then just put one of the effects on it. Minus M filter and the Ultra Maximizer limiter. Okay. I mean, that's fine. I mean, not that I would probably use the filter that much. And the maximizer, I use Pro L basically for everything, for limiting. So, that would be fine. Interesting. Yeah, and for that I have Addictive Drums. And what the hell is Sound Factory? Damn it. Okay. Should we try it? It's a bit much. Maybe. No. No, we don't need that. No text message. Thanks for the 15 euros, mate. Thanks a lot. That is a good amount. I hope you get the keyboard. Yes, definitely, man. It's I'm saving up for that one. I think it's 600 or something like that. So it's not the cheapest MIDI controller, but it looks like a really good one. And I mean, for a MIDI controller, 600 euros. I think that's a reasonable amount. If it's like a really good MIDI controller, then I definitely am willing to spend some money on it. You know. I just need need one like that is good and that's gonna last me a while, and that one looks, the Novation one looks quite interesting, looks quite good. But I'm gonna have to go to the audio store as well, check them out, actually feel the keys and shit, you know. So let's call this layer here side. You just spent 2,200 euros for an interface. Yeah. You know, sometimes you have to, right? Like, it's an investment, right? You're gonna last with it for a while as well, so sometimes you have to just spend some money. Like, the intro is so... I don't want to do an actual full-on aim and tear out tune. I might want to sort of like put an amen in the track, but it's probably going to be more processed, so it sounds a bit more drum and bass, modern drum and bass-ish. But maybe still follow that same drum pattern, you know, but just make it sound a bit more digital and processed. Layer it up. That's not what we want yet. But but I have some good sound design bits there that I can use in to start working with. Which interface did you get, by the way? I'm also still looking for a new interface as well, at some point. But I guess mine would have to be more than 2 channels. Like I have 3 hardware devices there, so I would have like to go at least. Yeah, I know RME is great, but they're really expensive, especially if you want to go for an even bigger one. Now I do want to go a little bit more expensive than what I use right now. That's one thing that's for sure. I'm not sure yet what the price is going to be. But RMEs are pretty good, yeah. I know. Those drums are so... Oh yeah, we have some, we have this one and the other one. Oops. Let's do 16, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna focus on the drums. I like that this one doesn't have the double kick at the first part, because I don't always want that. And the normal aim and break has that double kick, which... what? I don't know. I don't know yet which one I would get. I would probably get away from Focusrite though, because the Focusrite drivers, I'm just not happy with it. I just can't use the Voicemeeter software properly with the ASIO driver from Focusrite without getting like crackling audio, basically. I can use the Focusrite driver on its own just fine. It works perfect. There's nothing wrong with it. But as soon as I start live streaming and I start using Voicemeeter together with that ASIO driver, the interaction between the two ASIO drivers is so horrible. They just... I've did a whole investigation into this like a couple of years ago, with the creator of Voicemeeter, basically, and there was some kind of a thing in the software from the Focusrite driver that sort of like had to do with the clock of the driver itself, and it would just over time just slightly drift apart, the two drivers, in terms of the clock, so that they're not synced properly, and then it will basically realign itself. And the Voicemeeter creator, he was like, yeah, I'm just following the normal ASIO rules. That's something that they've done in their software for some weird reason. And he was like, I can fix that. So that's really annoying. But it's a cheap interface as well. UAD cards are pretty good too, I have to admit, yes. But not sure if I would go that route, you know? But they're pretty damn good. Like, we can actually just start. Like, this is a cool section, and we have that section, then we have that section, and then this section. I guess we're just gonna chop them up in sections of this size. Because I probably want to repeat this one. I mean, I do have my old PC still here, so I could turn that one into a streaming PC basically, if I want to. But I would have to do some work on that thing, because it's completely it's old, and it's completely yeah, it definitely needs a couple of new parts, because I don't think it's gonna do that well. Definitely need a capture card for that, yeah, that's true. Like, I'm not sure yet about that filter movement that I did in here. On this one. Oh wait, no, not that one. This one. That's probably gonna be more what we're gonna do. This skin is called anthracite, but the website is down for some reason. So, where you could download this skin, I put it in. I put it up into my Discord earlier. What was it? Last week after the stream. So if you go and join my Discord, which the link to that is in the chat right now, and search in general off topic. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with Discord, but in general off topic, and then search in that, I guess in that thing, or maybe Gray can search the post. It was last week after the, I think it was the D&B Academy stream. So that was on Saturday. But I posted it Saturday on in general off topic. It was after the stream. I zipped it up and posted it in the channel, but I forgot to pin it, I think. Or maybe it's a pinned message in general. Let's see. Yes, it's a pinned message in general off topic of my Discord. The last pinned message, so. Sorry, Gray. Sorry. You can stop. I already pinned it after I posted it there. I was smart. Have you seen that Native Instruments Beat Club? No? What is that? Tell me. I don't know what that is. But we need to make this one interesting. This like it's already interesting, I get but it needs to be better. Use a redirect anyway. Nice. Cool. Yeah, it's a really good skin. It comes with a whole bunch of colors as well. That's the best thing. Like you can see it comes with all kinds of colors. You can just make it whatever you want. So it's really nice. I don't know, it's coming soon, and I guess some kind of sharing loops and sounds website with a subscription. Okay. I mean, they joined up with iZotope. Did you see that? They joined up with iZotope, and like right after iZotope launched their new Ozone Pro, whatever that means. It's basically Ozone with and their plugins with a subscription as well. So I'm not a big fan of subscriptions, honestly. Like, I just see it as a way to squeeze more money out of your customers. Like, let's be honest. Rent to own, I'm really fine with that. Like, rent to own, I'm really fine with that. But or if they just at least have the option to buy outright, which I think iZotope actually does. So that's not, I'm fine with that. But the subscription to itself, I would, if there is another option, I would never choose a subscription. Because in the long run, you're just gonna pay more for it. It kind of depends what kind of a user you are. But if you do like music every single day, right, or you do music related stuff for a living, then you are gonna end up paying a lot more for the products in the long run. In the long run, as opposed to when you just buy the entire plugin and in one go, or do rent to own or something like that. So that's why I don't really like subscriptions itself, and it's even shittier if the company completely decides to say like, yo, from now on you can only have subscriptions and that's the only option. I'm looking at you, Adobe. I don't like. Yeah, exactly. Subscriptions are fine if you just give at least the option to pay the full price for the product, so that somebody who wants that can do that. Because for professionals, that is a much better choice, like cost-effective choice. Because if you're gonna use something for your work every single day, and you're gonna have to, you know, pay your subscription, then in the long run you're gonna pay so much more money. Which, yeah. And then at least make the updates not the full price. You know, that's also a good one. I've had software companies in the past, and it's like, yo, there's a new update, and it's like, cool, let me just update. I might have to pay a little bit of money, but I'm fine with that. And it's like, what? The update is, dude. And it's like the full price of the product normally is like, I don't know, let's just say 600, and then the updated price is like 500, and you're like, what? That's like as if you're buying it just all over again. That's also one of those shitty moves that they can do. Yeah, that's also true. That's also true. Yeah. The Ableton update, I don't know. I'm not sure on what version I'm on right now, but it should auto update on my system. But yeah, just having like what Adobe did. That was just such a shitty move. It's like Adobe they know it as well. Like Adobe is a piece of software that's used overall everywhere in the industry of like in the graphic industry basically, and it was always sort of like it had a monopoly position basically, and then suddenly the only option that you had is just the subscriptions, and for some companies, like you might not even be a big studio, but let's say you're a small animation studio, you might need pretty much, well, at least more than a couple of the programs, right? You might need, you'll need Photoshop for maybe processing some photos that you're shooting for like references. I don't know. You need all of the other ones as well. So at some point you're just gonna have to buy. The only option you have is buying the biggest package as well, because they're of course not conveniently gonna come in the package that you need. And there's no option to basically say, yo, I'm a professional, I use this every single day. This is gonna cost me so much money. What the hell? And they're just like, yo, nope, from now on there's only subscriptions. And that's such a dick move. Hence why so many people hopped over to stuff like DaVinci Resolve and stuff, and other softwares like that. For good reason, like, I totally understand. Yeah, they knew they had the monopoly position, and then it was just like, yo, we are gonna do this move that's gonna make us basically, because I can understand it as well though, because like the issue with Photoshop and basically all the Adobe programs was that every update, yes, there are new features and stuff, but it's not like the update was really worth it. So people would basically, and it was expensive software as well, so people would basically delay their update as long as possible, and then when there's like, I don't know, 2 or 3 new versions, then they would update, because there's so many new features now that it actually verifies or justifies the purchase. But Adobe doesn't like that, of course, if people are gonna, like, I knew so many professionals in the creative industry which I met through my work in art school, or when I went to art school and did like work for companies and stuff like that. I met so many creative people, like, let's say, I'm not sure which year we're talking about anymore, but let's say they were working on versions maybe 3 or 4 versions behind, just for that reason. and then Adobe was like, how can I force them to always be up to date? Which means they're of course gonna pay money for that. I'm just gonna make them buy a subscription. But all softwares go in that direction though. Don't get me wrong. How can we make this one sound really... I want to give this one a particular sound, but I'm not sure how to create that sound. I'm also not sure how to describe it. Like, make it sound deeper, if you get what I mean. Needs to have more of a sound where it's like, I don't know how to describe that. We already have a trash. We tried. I don't think that's gonna do what I wanted to do. Like, maybe it will, but comes a little closer, but yeah, I would almost have to do like maybe a filter movement on every single hit or something. Which I should be able to do because it's in here. I already have a filter. I just need to turn this on for every single slice, but we can do the copy. Yeah, okay, good. And we have more macros now. Nice. So that means I can set up a pitch envelope or a filter envelope on every hit. And then distort the hell out of it. Oh, I do have camel fat. Yeah, I do have camel fat. I still have it. But I'm not sure if this is gonna be what I want to do here. Yeah, I haven't used this one in such a long time as well. Let me get rid of this one real quick. You can hear. I haven't used this one in such a long time as well. But it is really good, yeah. Have to play around with this tomorrow and find the right spot, but I definitely want to use these drums and play around with that. I'm gonna have to see and figure out if I can figure out what that sound that I'm looking for. I know what I want, but I'm not sure how to make it. It's gonna be a combination of probably heavy compression and distortion and maybe some EQs here and there, and I don't know, maybe even splitting everything up in kicks and snares, and you know what I mean. It's getting late. I'm gonna stop streaming. It's almost 2 a.m. Oh, it is 2 a.m. right now, so thanks for being here. I'm gonna be back with another stream, of course, on Friday next week. I might do a stream later this weekend. Not sure yet. Depends on if I feel like it. But if I do, then I'll definitely let you guys know in the Discord. Yeah, layering maybe as well, for sure. Like, it needs to match more with the whole vibe of the intro, which is not what it's doing yet. The drums need to be a more modern kind of sound. They sound too much like an aim and break, if you got what I mean. So that's something to work on tomorrow. But yeah, I'll let you guys know if I do another stream. I'll let you guys know in the Discord. If not, then I'm gonna be back again on Friday next week, 8:30 p.m. Amsterdam time. good luck on finishing your tune. Give us the outro with this one. Yeah, you'll get the outro with without camel fat. You'll get the outro with that. Thought we also had a high pass on this, but apparently not. Was it in here? Oh, we have that band pass. Of course. That's just... Why is not... Oh. Yeah. That's all not done. This transition in between is not done, so I'll just have this playing during the outro. Yeah, it was a good stream though. I have a good idea for what I want to do with this track though. Which is a change from the last couple of weeks, so that's good. Thanks for the couple of donations. Remember, if you want to help support these streams, then support me through Patreon. You can also get some downloads in return from that. Or for that, I don't know how to say it. If you want to help support, my Patreon is probably a good way. I upload my patches and samples and stuff on there to download. So if you want, then check that out. I'm going to be back soon, and see you guys. Peace. See ya.